Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Barry Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, source of righteousness, joy, and peace, challenge us when we assume we know what is right instead of seeking your wisdom. Lord, guide our leaders and lawmakers to seek your truth, follow your direction, and make decisions with humility and discernment. Help them pursue what is best for our nation and world, trusting in your sovereignty, power, and love. Remind them that nothing is impossible with you. Strengthen them with your wisdom, fill them with your peace, bless them with your abundance, and prepare them for each day ahead. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., July 20th, 2026. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Ted Budd, a senator from the state of North Carolina, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Chuck Grassley, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Under the previous order, the Senate will be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to calendar number 436, S4784.
Clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar number 436, S4784, a bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2027 for military activities of the Department of Defense and so forth and for other purposes.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for a second time.
H.R. 2913, an act to authorize support for Ukraine and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar, the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection having been heard, the bill will be placed on the calendar.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 829.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Michael C. Martin of Michigan to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Michael C. Martin of Michigan to the United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Michigan, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 831.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Antonio M. Pozos of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, signed by 17 senators as follows.
President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived,
Without objection.
and I move to proceed to legislative session.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to executive session and consider calendar number 827.
Questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion's agreed to. Clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Daniel Mack Traynor of North Dakota to be United States Circuit Judge for the 8th Circuit.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
Clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Daniel Mack Traynor of North Dakota to be United States Circuit Judge for the 8th Circuit, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, at the beginning of last year, the New York Times took a poll of American voters, and the headline captures their results. This is what it said. Many Americans say the Democratic Party does not share their priorities. Let me repeat that, Mr. President. Many Americans say the Democratic Party does not share their priorities. That's right. A New York Times poll taken 2 weeks after voters rejected Democrats at the ballot box suggested that one of the reasons for Democrats' loss was that Americans don't think Democrats share their priorities. The story went on to say, and I quote, "The issues that people cited as most important to them personally were the economy and inflation, health care, and immigration. But when the poll asked Americans to identify Democrats' most important priorities, Americans identified issues like abortion and climate change, among others." Mr. President, our Democrat colleagues have found themselves out of power for 18 months now, and we've given them plenty of opportunities to show some evolution, perhaps even moderation, to voters. But as the record shows, Democrats are still in thrall to the far left of their party. They still have the same priorities that turned voters off from Democrats in the last election. For starters, radical transgender ideology remains an article of faith among Democrats. Democrats have repeatedly opposed efforts to keep biological men out of women's sports. And when the Supreme Court ruled unanimously last month that state laws protecting women's sports are allowable under the plain language of Title IX, one Democrat senator called the ruling unjust. Unjust, Mr. President. As if a young woman working hard all season only to lose to a man with an inherent biological advantage is somehow just. Mr. President, the overwhelming majority of Americans believe that biological men should not be playing women's sports. But that doesn't seem to matter to Senate Democrats. And their commitment to transgender ideology doesn't end with supporting the presence of men in women's sports. Democrats have also tacitly, or not so tacitly, endorsed radical gender transition procedures being performed on minors. Procedures, I might add, with no substantial medical evidence to support them, and plenty of reason to believe they are extremely dangerous for children. But apparently Democrats are fine subjecting children to those risks. And of course, Mr. President, Democrats are still proudly pro-abortion. And when I say pro-abortion, I mean pro-abortion. How else do you describe a party that won't even support legislation to provide medical care to a baby born alive during a failed abortion? A party that can't bring itself to support a bill to ensure that a pregnant college student knows that there are resources available to help her finish her degree and have her baby. A party that directed small business COVID relief funds to Planned Parenthood, even though they were legally ineligible. A party that's doing everything it can to eliminate pregnancy resource centers simply because they won't recommend abortion. Mr. President, as I said, Democrats are enthralled to the far left of their party. It's not just on those issues. Far-left activists seem to be the audience for almost everything Democrats do these days. Take, for example, Democrats' that's right, two record-long government shutdowns. Last fall, Democrats shut down the entire federal government for a record 43 days to show the far left that they were fighting President Trump. And while TSA lines snaked outside of airports and Americans were visiting food banks because they had to work without pay, the Democrat leader was quoted as saying, and I quote, "Every day gets better for us," end quote. Better, that is, for Democrats seeking the approval of the far left. Then earlier this year, Democrats shut down the Department of Homeland Security because they didn't want to fund law enforcement. That's right. Defunding law enforcement, once a fringe position in their party, became the official position of the Democrat Party as they tried to completely defund immigration and customs enforcement and border patrol. Once again, it didn't matter to Democrats whether Americans would be less safe with open borders. Their audience, far-left activists, wanted them to defund border security and immigration enforcement officers, so they did. And Democrats weren't done. Last week, Democrats here in the United States Senate blocked the National Defense Authorization Act, the bill that authorizes funding for our military. That's right, Mr. President. Democrats voted against authorizing funding for our military. Mr. President, it's a sad day when Democrats are playing politics with everything all the way up to our national security. But that's where we are. Democrats have had numerous opportunities in the last year and a half to work with us on things that matter to the American people. And again, they've chosen to follow members of their far-left base. In some cases, see New York City's mayor follow them directly into socialism. That's right. Self-identified Democrat socialists have been winning elections across the country. So what's next? Will the Democrat Party adopt the platform of the Democrat Socialists of America? Mr. President, to quote the New York Times again, and I quote, "Many Americans say the Democrat Party does not share their priorities." A year and a half later, it's obvious that that's still the case. Men and women's sports, abortion up until the moment of birth, open borders, defunding law enforcement. Instead of moving toward the middle, Democrats are just getting more extreme. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President,
Democratic whip.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, roughly a year ago, President Trump made good on his mass deportation now promise. It was a campaign pledge when he unleashed ICE into cities across the country to carry out his brutal immigration crackdown. In its wake, including in the city of Chicago, the so-called worst of the worst. Remember, the president said he was going after those who are rapists, murderers, terrorists, criminally insane, and predators. The worst of the worst, that's who we're going after. He said it over and over and over again. Turns out the worst of the worst didn't fit in that category at all. Who were they? Some were U.S. citizens, legal residents, and people with no prior criminal history whatsoever. None. And the administration brutally carried out this political theater by deploying military-grade weapons and using overwhelming displays of force that left communities and our country on edge. I saw it firsthand in the city of Chicago, Operation Midway Blitz. In our Hispanic neighborhoods, people were afraid to come out to go to church, afraid to send their kids to school. Were these criminals who were harboring their children from going to school? Hardly. They're people who work in common jobs every single day, who stood next to you in the line in the grocery store, and who was with you in the pew at church on Sunday. Worst of the worst, didn't hold up at all. At its peak, tensions boiled over with the killings of 2 American citizens at that time. We saw them in real time in videotape. Renee Good and Alex Preddy in Minnesota. After the public outcry, these ICE raids were quietly scaled back by the Trump administration and Stephen Miller. But now Stephen Miller, the president's domestic advisor, and Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Mullen, are quietly resuming these efforts, with immigration arrests surging this month to the highest levels in this administration. I assume they felt that America just wouldn't notice if they went back in business. But we have. In the last 2 weeks, 2 fatal shootings by ICE agents in Texas and Maine have thrust this government's tactics back into the spotlight. Earlier this month, ICE shot and killed Lorenzo Salgado Arroyo during a traffic stop in Houston. Mr. Arroyo had lived in the country for more than 30 years and was not the intended target of the operation. He is survived by his children, who are U.S. citizens. Instead of investigating the ICE agents detained and the witnesses around the scene, the Harris County District Attorney has said these witnesses are critical to the investigation, but they've been detained by the ICE agents. And last week, Juan Sebastian Guerrero was also shot and killed while in his vehicle in Maine. He is survived by his wife and their 3-year-old daughter, who will now grow up without a father. The ICE agent who fatally shot Mr. Guerrero was hired by the Trump administration, despite the fact that he has a long history of domestic violence, abuse, and mental health issues. Yes, a man with long history of mental abuse and domestic violence was hired as an ICE agent, given a gun and a mask. It's not clear whether ICE simply failed to vet him or identified these issues and ignored them. DHS quickly rushed to claim that both shootings were justified, without any body-worn camera footage or any serious investigation. You know, it's interesting, this agency, which is actively trying to arrest, detain, and deport thousands of people, meeting quotas set by Stephen Miller each day. The agents involved in this are not like your hometown police. They're not like your state police either. We know that their background checks are obviously very weak. The training is limited. And we also know that when they're on the job, on the clock, they're wearing masks. When's the last time your local police wore masks in your hometown? How about your state troopers when they pull you over on the highway? Are they wearing masks? Of course not. But this is insisted on because these ICE agents are so notorious. These fatalities I've talked about could have been avoided. These people could be alive today. After the killings of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, we tried time and again to get our Republican colleagues to sit down and agree just on some basics. Without a search warrant or arrest warrant, a person posing to be a policeman should not be crashing down the door of your home. That's pretty basic, isn't it? If there's a warrant or extraordinary circumstances, it's one thing. But the ICE agents crash down the door of people that they suspect might be in the United States undocumented. Many times they're just plain wrong. Sometimes those homeowners turn out to be U.S. citizens. And yet when we sit down and say that should be basic in America, shouldn't it? If someone's going to invade my home with my wife and my kids or grandkids there, for goodness sakes, they ought to have at least the color of law behind them, the support of the court behind them, not ICE agents. Every instance we tried to make these changes, simple, common sense law enforcement changes, the Republicans said no. Instead, the administration has lurched in the opposite direction, enabling these abuses to continue. On the heels of these back-to-back killings, which I've described, ICE temporarily paused traffic stops. But President Trump quickly took to social media to personally reverse that decision. The president said, quote, "The men and women of ICE are doing a great job, despite the recent reports of the killings. And we cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools," the president said, the traffic stop. Being pulled over and shot in your car has to be part of the strategy of ICE, according to the president. Traffic stops have been among the deadliest tactics during this president's mass raids, but apparently he doesn't care. And according to the New York Times just yesterday, the FBI has informed its agents around the country that the FBI would no longer investigate alleged assaults by immigration agents. Why is that important? I'll tell you. This change will sharply limit law enforcement scrutiny of ICE agents. For years, the Department of Justice involvement in officer-involved shootings has provided an independent set of eyes and often uncovered crucial facts, including misconduct by federal officers, misconduct that has been evident in recent cases. The Department of Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General has at least agreed to investigate the use of excessive force by ICE agents. But it is unacceptable that the government's top law enforcement agency, the FBI, has reportedly chosen to ignore its mission to enforce the law and instead does the White House bidding. At a time when the American people are demanding more transparency and answers, the administration gives us less. We mourn the loss of these beloved community members, and Senate Democrats will continue to call for an end to these fatal raids. Now, Mr. President, on a separate topic. Last week, the President of the United States delivered a primetime address from the White House. These sorts of addresses are usually reserved for national crises or the making of a major milestone. So what was the occasion last week for President Trump to make such an address? To air 6-year-old grievances and lies about the outcome of the 2020 presidential election. You see, despite the fact that Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden in 2020 by 7 million votes, President Trump refuses to acknowledge the truth. And he continues to complain, which is the reason for his statement last week. In a 25-minute rant, the president alleged sweeping foreign interference in voting and railed against the so-called deep state. He was actually railing against his own administration. You see, the 2020 election was during his term, his first term as president. He was in charge. he appointed the people who were supposed to enforce the law. The press conference and announcement last week ignored that fact. These claims would be laughable if they weren't so dangerous. First, the president was famous for not reading or requesting shorter and shorter versions of a brief provided by our intelligence community each day. He alleges the deep state misrepresented what actually happened to hide the information from him. Second, his then Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, whom President Trump now has leading the Central Intelligence Agency, made public remarks addressing all of the concerns in 2020. It's hard to hide information you publicly discuss in press conferences. President Trump claimed the Department of Homeland Security has identified 278,000 non-citizens registered to vote in federal elections. Think of that. The President of the United States claimed that his agency of government has the names of 278,000 non-citizens registered to vote in federal elections. Well, I sure want to see that evidence. I'm sure the American people do too. The president can't produce it. It doesn't exist. None. Not one page of documents backing up the claims that he made in this public statement. No evidence. Election experts and state officials have called out this claim. Wildly speculative. Here are the actual facts. You know the Save America Act, which the president is fixed on, can't think of anything else? The idea behind it is to make sure that non-citizens don't vote in the United States. Would you guess that it's currently against the law in the United States for non-citizens to vote? It's true. Well, let's take a look. We took a look at the Heritage Foundation, which is a conservative group, and asked them to provide information on how many non-citizens have been caught trying to vote in the United States. Well, we took a look. Between 1993 and 2023, that would be 30 years, 1993 to 2023, millions and millions of votes were cast. How many non-citizens have we identified trying to vote in those elections? Well, if we're going to change the laws of the United States, there must be a lot of them. Turned out there were 77. Out of the millions of people who registered and voted, 77 were actually not citizens of the United States. The president wants to change the law. And how does he want to change the law? Well, if you want to register to vote under the president's approach, you have to prove you're a citizen of the United States. How can you do that? Oh, I'll show my driver's license. I'm sorry, that's not enough under this law. Under this law, you would have to show your passport. Got one in your back pocket? Half of Americans don't own a passport. And if you want to get a passport so you can vote in the next election in about 100 days, what does it take? Well, you go to the passport agency and you plop down $165. That's what it costs for a basic passport in this country. And then you hope that it arrives in time. If you want to speed it up and get an accelerated process, it's $225. So in order to exercise your right to vote under the Save America law of the president, he wants you to pay a poll tax, a passport fee of up to $225 to vote. Anything wrong with that? It's just against most of the laws that we've promulgated over the years, saying that poll taxes on people to vote are fundamentally unfair. Oh, you can bring your birth certificate. I was thinking about that when I was home over the weekend. I asked my wife, where's my birth certificate? And she said, we think it's in a box in the closet. We haven't seen it in a long time. Well, according to the president's Save America bill, you're going to have to produce one. And incidentally, if you're a woman with a maiden name on a birth certificate, you have to have an additional documentation. All of this to stop this scourge of non-citizens who voting. There were 77 of them over a 30-year period of time. 77 in a nation of millions of people. But the president can't get it out of his head that somehow or another the foreigners are taking over our election. He lost one, and he just can't live with it. So why would the president host that primetime address, attempting to resurrect these debunked claims? I'll tell you, it's exactly why he did it months preceding the 2020 election that he sought to steal. He's trying to lay the groundwork to justify rigging the results of the next election. That's the real political theater. President Trump and his Republican Party are struggling in the polls. They know their mega agenda is making life more expensive, communities less safe, and government more corrupt. And guess what? We're now, again, sadly, in a never-ending war. So now they're focused on reviving thoroughly debunked conspiracy theories to determine future elections before a single vote is cast. As we heard in the president's address, he will use these bogus claims to push for passage of this anti-democratic, anti-voting Save America Act. It's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in the United States. They face prosecution and jail time for doing it. The Save America Act attempts to solve a problem that does not exist. The bill would impose expensive administrative roadblocks, making it more difficult for people to vote. Is that what America is all about? Difficulties and hurdles for exercising our right to vote? I don't believe it will. We need to stop this effort immediately. We need to give the American people the last word in the election in November, not the president and his bizarre theories on who won in 2020. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Will the senator withhold his request?
Oh, of course, I'm sorry. I didn't see the senator on the floor. I yield to my friend from Wyoming.
Mr. President,
Senator from Wyoming.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Flowers nomination.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to talk about the basic duty we all took an oath to carry out and whether we are living up to it. The U.S. Senate was never designed to be easy. It was designed to be deliberate, to force people who disagree to sit in the same room and work something out anyway. That only works if everyone here still believes in the underlying premise that we were sent to govern no matter who is the president. The goal is not to defeat the other side for its own sake, but to do the hard, unglamorous work of running this country together in good faith, even when we'd rather not. Americans did not send Republicans and Democrats to Washington expecting us to agree on everything. In fact, my constituents would be very concerned if we did. They sent us here expecting us to take the job seriously. That means engaging with the substance in front of us, debating it, amending it, fighting for it on the merits, rather than reflexively blocking whatever comes to the floor simply because of who sits in the White House. Last week, this chamber fell short. There is a real difference between principled opposition and blind obstruction, and the American people can tell which one they're watching. Opposing a policy because you believe it's wrong for the country is exactly what this institution is built for. Opposing something simply because you dislike the president and you are trying to jam him when there is international conflict is something else entirely, and it corrodes the very system we're sworn to protect. I was very troubled to watch every Senate Democrat vote against even beginning the debate on the National Defense Authorization Act, a bill that has historically enjoyed strong bipartisan backing. Now, I'm not suggesting members can't or shouldn't oppose the NDAA when they have genuine concerns. That's a legitimate part of the process. Voting no is often the easy move around here, and I've done it myself when I thought it was warranted. But this looked less like principled opposition and more like reflexive obstruction, a decision to block the process itself rather than engage with the substance of an important bill. I also think of the Save America Act when I say this, because it is a case in point. Here is a bill built around a premise that 83% of the American people, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, already agree on, that only citizens should decide American elections, and that voters should be able to prove who they are when they cast a ballot. This is not fringe. This is not one party's obsession. It is about as close to consensus as the American people get on anything these days. And yet, it cannot get a real hearing on the merits in this chamber. Not a real debate, just a wall. That is not principled opposition. That is the process itself being blocked on a question the country has largely answered. Good faith is not a partisan virtue. It doesn't belong to one side of the aisle or the other. It is the minimum the American people are owed by everyone who serves here. They are watching to see whether we can still disagree honestly, argue our positions openly and persuasively, and still find a way to get the nation's business done. When we can't, when the obstruction becomes the default setting instead of the exception, we are not defending the Constitution. We are quietly letting it fail. We are stewards of something bigger than any one bill or any one election cycle. We are stewards of a system that only survives if the people who serve in it still believe in doing the work, in doing the right thing, in doing what the Constitution outlines is our duty to the American people. That is what Americans expect of us. It is time we start living up to it every single day, not just when it's politically convenient. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Democratic leader.
Mr. President, well, we have Trump Steaks, Trump University, Trump Airlines, Trump Coin, and the Trump presidency, all cons. The product changes, the con stays the same. Donald Trump has turned the presidency of the United States into the most profitable scheme of his life, and American families are being forced to pay the price. Today, I'm launching a new effort to expose the corruption, show Americans exactly what is costing them, and build reforms needed to stop any president from using public office for personal profit. Senate Democrats will be exposing this self-dealing, showing Americans exactly what it's costing them, and developing reforms to make sure no president can abuse the office this way again. For the next 3 weeks, Senate Democrats are putting Trump's corruption under a microscope. Throughout the month, we'll follow the money, expose the deals, name the people cashing in, and show how Trump's corruption reaches directly into the pockets of working people. This week, we're releasing a new report that lays out the staggering scale of the grift, how Trump has used the power of the presidency to enrich himself, reward his family, protect his friends, and sell access to anyone willing to pay. The report shows how Americans are struggling to afford groceries, health care, housing, energy, while Donald Trump and his family have reportedly made more than $4 billion from the presidency. We'll also be hosting another tabletop exercise with Democratic Election Task Force to prepare to counter Trump's efforts to rig the 2026 midterms. Next week, we'll hold a roundtable on how Trump's corruption is directly driving up everyday costs for the American people, and average folks will testify to what they're going through. And the following week, we'll release major legislation designed to rein in Trump's rampant corruption and to prevent any president from ever doing it again. You pay, Trump profits. That's the pattern of this administration, and we'll highlight it everywhere we see it. No amount of gold leaf can conceal the rot spreading through this White House. Corruption is not a sideshow in the Trump administration, it's the whole business model. Trump cuts protections for workers and consumers, his wealthy friends cash in. Trump cuts food assistance in health care, billionaires get another tax break. Trump hands out pardons to the rich and well-connected, accepts lavish gifts from foreign governments, and arranges sweetheart deals for his family business. Trump uses the government, Trump gets richer, Americans foot the bill. His corruption is not victimless. It has a price, and working families are paying it every single day. The average American family is already spending more than $3,100 extra because of this administration's policies. And yet, Trump still expects taxpayers to finance a MAGA slush fund they never approved, a golden ballroom they never asked for, upgrades to foreign luxury jet the president does not need. Donald Trump has turned the Oval Office into his personal ATM, the federal government into his family business, and the American taxpayer into the mark. A few months ago, Trump said, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation." Of course he doesn't. He's too busy thinking about his own. Donald Trump may believe the presidency is simply another brand to monetize, another product to sell, another scam to run, but he is dead wrong. The president belongs to the American people. It's not a license to steal, it's not a family business, and it's not Donald Trump's personal property. So throughout this month, Senate Democrats will expose the corruption that Trump wants hidden. We'll follow the money and expose the deals. We'll show who profits, who pays, and how Trump has rigged the government for himself and the people closest to him. And we'll make one thing unmistakably clear. The White House is not for sale. Trump has spent his life betting that the con will always work. This time, the American people will see exactly how the scam works and exactly who has been handed the keys to the kingdom. The Iran War. Donald Trump needs to reckon with the terrible cost of the disastrous war he has dared called a skirmish, a little excursion, and once he called it a lovely stay. There's nothing lovely or little about Trump's blunder in Iran. Nothing. On Thursday, Trump insisted to the nation that we're winning big in Iran, and you'll see the fruits of that labor very, very shortly. But instead, and sadly, we saw 3 more brave American service members tragically lose their lives over the weekend because of Trump's reckless war in Iran. Dozens of other U.S. troops were wounded in Iranian strikes last week, and 1 service member still remains missing. I'm praying for their families in this difficult hour. I speak for the entire Senate when I say how much we appreciated their sacrifice. This carnage is the bitter fruit of Trump's labor in Iran. Every second Trump prolongs his war is another second the lives of our men and women in uniform are in danger. In the coming days, we're going to make Senate Republicans take another vote on our War Powers resolution to end this war and get our troops out of harm's way. Trump needs to stop this catastrophe and bring our troops home, and Senate Republicans can't let him off the hook until he does. Now, right here, I want to briefly take a moment to recognize some guests from New York who are in the Capitol today. No, you're not the Long Island Association, but I guess I'm a little late, but they were here. The Long Island Association, a storied regional business development group, is celebrating its 100th anniversary. Some of its members traveled here today to celebrate this occasion. Their century of work, fighting to make Long Island a better place to live, work, and do business, has accomplished more for the region. From affordability to energy to infrastructure to innovation, they lit the road forward for Long Island's future. It's been my pleasure to work with them for several decades, and I know that under the leadership of their acting CEO and President Stacy Sykes, who once worked for me, we will continue our great tradition of delivering for Long Island together. I yield the floor. Note the app.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
To recognize the senator from Ohio.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I ask that the previous scheduled roll call vote start immediately.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to be United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Benjamin M. Flowers of Ohio to be the United States Circuit Judge for the Sixth Circuit shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Mr. Armstrong. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Ms. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mrs. Hyde Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Armstrong, Crapo, Husted, Marshall, Marino, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Booker, Gallego, Hickenlooper, Kim, and Lujan. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Durbin, Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Graham, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye.
Hold on a second. Give me a second. On this vote, the yeas are 43, the nays are 40, and the motion is agreed to. Majority Whip.
Its business today. It stand adjourned until 10 a.m. on Tuesday, July 21st. At the following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to the date. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. Morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Flowers nomination. Further, that the Senate recess tomorrow between 12:30 and 2:15 for the weekly conference meetings, and that all during leader remarks, recess and adjournment count post-cloture on the Flowers nomination. Finally, if any nominations are confirmed during this Tuesday's session of the Senate, the motions to be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's actions.
Without objection.
Mr. President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that following the remarks of my Republican colleagues in the Senate proceed to the legislative session, and that the Senate stand adjourned under the previous order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Tennessee.
Several of my colleagues and I are going to talk tonight about the importance of passing the Save America Act. And this is an issue that the Senate should willingly take up. Having voter ID is something the vast majority of Americans support, whether they're Democrats or Republicans or independents or libertarians. Everyone thinks you should have to show an ID when you go to vote. It's incredible that we're on the floor having to make the case for this legislation. The bill's provisions are really common sense, and as I said, this is something the American people have said, we want this. We want to preserve one person, one vote, and preserve the integrity of the electoral system. Now, the legislation that is before us would really accomplish three major objectives in securing our elections. It would require voters to present an ID to cast a ballot. Now, as I said, this is overwhelmingly popular. You've got 83% of all Americans. Now, for my colleagues across the aisle, 71% of the Democrats support this. They want people to have to prove that they are indeed who they claim to be. Also, our legislation would require people to be a U.S. citizen in order to vote in our elections. And it would require the states to remove non-citizens who have somehow ended up on their voter rolls. These are all common sense, every one of them, common sense. There is nothing objectionable about these measures. It is common sense. And these are sensible, easily understood, and easily implemented ways to make certain that we are protecting our electoral system. Many Republican states already enforce these safeguards. Tennessee, my home state, Tennessee leads the nation in election integrity. Now, if every state was like Tennessee, there would be no need for the Save America Act. But for years, we have seen blue states practically invite fraud into their elections. 14 states, including California, New York, Illinois, Massachusetts, Minnesota, do not require any form of ID to vote. Many more states accept ID that is non-photo. Now, think about that. 14 states. If you live in one of those states, you do not have to prove anything in order to go vote in their elections. It is open season. So my question would be, how does that type system, no ID required, just come on and vote, everybody welcome, the polls are open, it doesn't matter if you're a citizen or a non-citizen, come cast your ballot. So you've got these states that require no ID, and you've got other states that will have non-photo ID that they will accept. Now, at the same time, 24 states, and again, they're overwhelmingly blue. That's 24 states refuse to work with DHS to compare their voter rolls with the federal SAVE database, which verifies the immigration status of registered voters. Now, that is a system, that's a database at the Department of Homeland Security. And this SAVE system has that listing of non-citizens who are in our country, people that are on student visas, people that are on work visas, people that are permanent legal residents, people that are in the country illegally. But you know what? Not a single one of those individuals are entitled to vote. So, free of charge, any state can log into this system. President Trump has made it easy for the states. And then they can take their voter roll and they can check it against the SAVE system. States that do this have found thousands of individuals. Maybe they've got a driver's license, and maybe during that process they registered to vote. But, Mr. President, they're not entitled to vote. So those are the individuals that need to be removed from this system. I will point out there is no other developed nation that leaves their elections so vulnerable to fraud and manipulation. So to defend themselves, Democrats claim that voter fraud is very rare. Well, President Trump's Thursday night address on election integrity showed just how much voter fraud we have. According to a DHS review of state voter rolls, there are approximately 278,000 non-citizens registered to vote in our elections. The last 3 presidential elections were decided by fewer than 270,000 votes. The president noted that this figure is likely an undercount because Democrat states refuse to share their voter files with the administration. Democrats do not care. They are perfectly content with voter fraud. Indeed, as we have said many times, let's make it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And the Democrats continue to fight us on this. Their leader, Chuck Schumer, claimed that the legislation, the Save America Act, was dead on arrival here in the Senate, meaning not a single one of them, not a one of them agree with 71% of the Democrats, 83% of the American public. They just don't agree with them when the people are saying we want the Save America Act. So I just have to ask, what are they afraid of? What are they really fearful of? Are they afraid, if it's only citizens voting, that they're not going to win? Do they think they have to have people that are not citizens registered to vote in order to win an election? Now, when we talk about the Save America Act and talk about it in total, we've said, look, whatever it takes to get this passed, if we have to pass it one piece at a time, that's what we will do. And our friends on the other side of the aisle need to explain to the American public why they are so opposed. Now, Senator Huston's bill, for example, would enact only the voter ID provision of the Save America Act. That's a good thing. That's a great first step. Just prove that you are who you say you are. When you go to the poll to vote, prove that you are who you say you are. When you request a mail-in or absentee ballot. We also have the Election Security Partnership Act, which I led that along with Senator Lindsey Graham. And this is something that would incentivize states to submit their voter rolls through that SAVE system at DHS. Mr. President, this is basically, we're going to pay you to do the right thing. We're going to actually incentivize and give you more money on your grants if you will do the right thing and obey the law. Now, we have many more bills that we can do to secure our election. Every member of Congress should support these measures, and Republicans are going to do everything possible to get them across the finish line as we are celebrating our nation's 250th anniversary. It is imperative that we pass these bills in order to preserve the integrity of our electoral system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Utah.
Mr. President, imagine your shock if, while on your way to the theater, let's say, I don't know, maybe you're going to the opera. You're planning to pick up your tickets at will call. You arrive at will call at the appointed moment, and you say, yeah, I'm Senator Pete Ricketts. I'm here to pick up my opera tickets. They gave them to somebody else. If you found out that the theater was handing out tickets at will call without any form of ID, it would probably be a little disappointing to you or to any other American, any other human in that circumstance, realizing that it's important to find out whether you are who you claim to be before you're given something where your identity matters. The same could be said of a whole bunch of other human transactions, ordinary human interactions involving day-to-day transactions that any of us can be expected to engage in multiple times every single week. One day, maybe it's theater or opera tickets. Maybe the next day, it's withdrawing money from a bank. You show up and the money's gone from your account because your bank stopped requiring people to show ID. They can come along and claim to be someone they're not and take someone's money that is not theirs. The mere fact that we have a lot of people who are allowed to vote doesn't diminish the seriousness of not requiring people to prove that they are, in fact, who they claim to be when they show up to exercise that important right. Some people, when denying that there is any need for us to act here, will throw out things and say, well, that's fine for the bank or for theater tickets or for the pharmacy, but this is an important constitutional right. It is a fundamental right. My response to that is, yes, exactly. And that's exactly why we need it. The fact that it involves a protected, fundamental constitutional right is a reason why we need to make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. That, Mr. President, is exactly what the Save America Act does. It's exactly what it would do. When I set out about 3 years ago to write this bill, along with my partner in the House, Congressman Chip Roy from Texas, that was our mantra. Let's make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Never at the time could we have predicted how much attention this would get, and never at the time could we have predicted the absurdity of the arguments that would be raised against this. Because, Mr. President, if you're careful, if you listen carefully, what you will find is that there is not a legitimate argument against the Senate passing the Save America Act. No, not even one. The arguments that you will hear against it over and over and over again are based entirely on contrivance, on pretext, on false statements and false assumptions. Look, at the end of the day, the Save America Act is about reestablishing and restoring trust in U.S. elections. That trust needs to be restored, especially in light of facts that we've discovered just over the last few days. As of just Friday, the Department of Homeland Security announced that there are 278,000, that's over 250,000 non-citizens registered to vote in U.S. elections in just 4 states alone. This doesn't count all of them. This is 278,000 non-citizen votes just in the states of California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. Now that, Mr. President, is a problem. When you add to that the other states that have refused to cooperate, that have made it very difficult for us to ascertain how many non-citizen votes they might have registered in their states, they're not cooperating. That's one of many problems that we face here. Fortunately, Mr. President, this is a problem that Congress can solve. It's a problem that it can solve and therefore must solve. Among those who make an argument against this, sometimes you will hear the argument, one that I find especially galling and especially disingenuous, that, oh, this somehow tramples on the authority of the states, which some mistakenly refer to as states' rights. I don't call them states' rights. States don't have rights, they have authority. A right is a privilege against the exercise of authority. It's the inverse polar opposite of a right, therefore I don't call it states' rights. It's state authority. This, Mr. President, emphatically does not trample on state authority. How do we know that? Well, because the Constitution delineates the relative responsibilities of the states and the federal government. And in one particularly poignant and relevant provision, Article 1, Section 4, the Elections Clause of that provision states that Congress may at any time, by law, make or alter what we will loosely describe as laws establishing the time, place, and manner in which federal elections will take place, except as to places of choosing senators. So we have the authority to do this under the Constitution, not as to state races, but as to federal races, principally U.S. House of Representatives and U.S. Senate races. We have that authority. Article 1, Section 4 gives it to us. Moreover, if those who mistakenly argue that this somehow tramples on state sovereign authority, if there were any doubt on that, which there is not, because Article 1, Section 4 puts that issue to bed quite nicely, but if there were, then the entire predicate of existing law making the Save America Act necessary in the first place would also be invalid. In fact, if every time I hear this argument made, I wish, like anything, that those same people making this argument would acknowledge that if the Save America Act is somehow unconstitutional, so too is the National Voter Registration Act. The National Voter Registration Act, enacted by Congress in 1993 to create a system whereby people can vote at a DMV in their home state. Now, when somebody goes into a DMV to register to vote in that state, all they have to do is check a box saying, yeah, I'm applying for a driver's license, but I would like simultaneously to register to vote with this application. After all, you've got some of the same features there. You've got to prove your identity. You've got to establish your residency, what your address is. And so it made a certain amount of sense to provide this option for American voters to go and register at a DMV. The problem is that that's all you have to do is check a box saying I'd like to register to vote, and then at the end of it, you sign your name in a conclusory statement to the effect that I am entitled to vote, I'm a U.S. citizen, and I'm not prohibited for one reason or another from voting, and so I'm allowed to do it. But that's all the verification that is allowed. And in a move that I believe is incompatible with the text an original understanding of the statutory language. The Supreme Court, about 20 years after the NVRA was passed, the Supreme Court of the United States interpreted the NVRA, mistakenly but nonetheless conclusively, as prohibiting the states from doing anything to verify the citizenship of someone registering to vote at a DMV using an NVRA-supplied form. Now, the Supreme Court was wrong. Justice Alito explained in his dissent in that case, Intertribal Council versus Arizona, why that was wrong. Nonetheless, it remains the conclusive interpretation of the NVRA, and it's why the Save America Act is necessary. Because what we've got now, Mr. President, we've got an estimated 30 million plus non-citizens residing in the United States. We've got a system of laws under the NVRA that makes it really easy to go into a DMV, fill out some forms, check a box, and sign your name and say, I want to register to vote. That's how we got 278,000 registered voters who were non-citizens just in those 4 states alone. California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. To say nothing of the tens, if not hundreds of thousands of others in other states who may have done the same thing. It's phenomenally easy to cheat. It's stunningly easy to register to vote as a non-citizen, in some cases without even really realizing what you're doing, much less that you're committing a very serious felony offense by doing that. And so that's the whole reason why the Save America Act is necessary, is because of the NVRA and specifically the Supreme Court's butchered interpretation of it, prohibiting the states, even where they have actual doubts, from asking someone to verify their citizenship at the time they register to vote. So if the Save America Act is unconstitutional, then so too is the NVRA, in which case we don't need it, at least not nearly to the same degree as we do. But of course, neither the NVRA nor the Save America Act is unconstitutional. They're both squarely within the authority provided to the United States Congress under Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution. So as a result of all this, it's clear that Congress can fix this problem. We have the authority to do it. So what's the holdup? Well, it certainly isn't the American voter, because the American voter, by a margin of like 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5, depending on which poll you look at, believes that it's important that people who show up to vote ought to have to prove who they are, and they ought to, at the time they register to vote, to have to establish their citizenship, and thus their eligibility to vote in the first place. We're talking about 75 to 80, some as high as 85%, depending on which poll that you look at. Those are Democrat voters and Republican voters alike, all agreeing that this is a problem, that it's a problem that Congress can and should fix. So what is the holdup? Well, it's hard to say what the holdup is, but I can summarize it this way. It's Senate Democrats. The Save America Act is popular literally everywhere in the United States of America, except in this chamber, and except among Democrats in this chamber. Everywhere else, it's a no-brainer. Everywhere else, it's popular. It's only here that they don't want to pass it. Why? Why don't they want to pass it? Well, one could argue that if you benefit from the status quo, you don't want any change to that status quo, especially if you benefit from it in a way that's likely to go away if you change the status quo. These are all fancy ways, Mr. President, nice ways of saying perhaps some of those who are opposed to it might be afraid of what happens if they're not allowed to rely on non-citizen votes, even though federal law flatly prohibits non-citizen voting in U.S. elections. No, that is not a good reason to oppose this. It may be a reason, but it's not a good reason. It's not a valid reason, not a legal, moral, ethical, or constitutional reason. It's just a reason. But that's about where the reason stops, because every other one of their arguments cannot withstand scrutiny. For example, Mr. President, a number of them will say things like the following: if we pass the Save America Act into law, there will be anarchy, there will be lawlessness, dogs and cats living together in the streets. Book of Revelation stuff, apocalyptic nightmares unfolding everywhere. And they back this up by arguing, quite absurdly, that women and minorities will be unable to vote. Oh, and also rural Americans, and also young Americans, and also older Americans, because at any given moment, these same people who are opposing the Save America Act, just the 47 people in this chamber, more or less, those are the same people who may stand to benefit if we don't pass it because the status quo benefits them. And they should not be able to benefit from this by not passing something. The fact is, Mr. President, that if this were to pass, this wouldn't disenfranchise anyone. Why? Well, because the kind of proof that we require, proof of citizenship and proof of identity, is based on the same sort of documents that every American has to provide routinely in the most mundane, routine encounters. Let's break them up into two pieces, because remember, there are two pieces of the Save America Act. Part one deals with establishing citizenship. Part two deals with voter ID. Let's deal first with the proof of citizenship. When you show up to register to vote, if this were to pass into law today, which it should pass today, it's that popular with the American people, and it's that lacking in any legitimate argument against it. If it were to pass into law today, then your existing voter registration would remain valid indefinitely. Nothing about that would change. It would only be that the next time you have to register to vote because you've moved or something like that, then you would have to show up and you'd have to provide some type of proof as to U.S. citizenship. The law would allow you to do this using the exact same documentation that every single American has to supply every single time he or she starts a new job as a new employee with a new employer. You fill out an I-9 form, as every man, woman, and child in America has to do every time they start a new job as a new employee. You got to fill that out. You've got to provide proof of citizenship, and you do that either by showing a U.S. passport evidencing citizenship, or alternatively, an original copy of your birth certificate coupled with a couple of other documents, including, I think, a Social Security card and or a government-issued photo ID. Those who argue against it argue, among other things, well, this will disenfranchise women because at least married women who have changed their name after getting married, taking on their husband's last name, this will disenfranchise them because they won't be able to vote. By that logic, Mr. President, that would suggest that married women who have changed their name after getting married, which I think last time I checked is most women in America, would also be unable to work. They would be unable to get a job. They would be unable lawfully to start a new job as a new employee for a new employer, ever, if their parents didn't have the clairvoyance to be able to guess at the time of their birth what their future husband's last name would be 20, 30 years in advance. Of course, this is absurd, Mr. President. This doesn't exist. This is an entirely contrived concern. And moreover, in this and every other area where this kind of argument comes up, the people making the argument ignore the text accompanying lines beginning on page 12 of the House-passed Save America Act, line 20, and the text that follows from it, makes clear that even if you can't find any of your own documentation, whether it's because you never had it to begin with, or your dog ate it, or your crazy Aunt Madge came and raided the stash of family documents and burned it, I don't know, for whatever reason, if you don't have, never had, can't find your proof of citizenship, the Save America Act has you covered. You turn to that text accompanying line 20, starting on page 12 of the Save America Act, as passed by the House of Representatives, and it makes clear, even if you can't find any of that documentation, you can, by a personal attestation, write down the basic facts supporting or giving rise to your citizenship. And the burden then shifts to the state registering you to vote to confirm or refute your assertion as to citizenship. I was born on such and such a date in this American city to parents A and B, they're both citizens, so I was a citizen also. Or if you're a naturalized citizen, not a natural-born citizen, you would state the terms and conditions, the date or date range when you were naturalized, and the basis that you used to become a U.S. citizen. And the burden would then shift to the state to confirm or refute your characterization. So those arguments reveal that people who are arguing against this, in addition to already being very wrong, that this somehow tramples on state sovereign authority, that this somehow amounts to an improper or unconstitutional federal takeover of election law, which has long been the more or less semi-exclusive domain of the states. That doesn't hold up. Neither does the you're going to disenfranchise all married women who have taken on their husband's name. That doesn't fly either. There are other arguments about how it disenfranchises this or that racial group, urban Americans, rural Americans, old Americans, young Americans. They all fall for similarly self-evident reasons. Because at the end of the day, this law really does make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. All right, so we've covered that step one. Step one of the citizenship verification part, future voter registrations, when you show up to register newly to vote, you would have to provide proof of citizenship using the same documentation that you use every time you ever start a new job. And if you don't have that, you can do it just through a personal attestation in which you swear out a simple affidavit outlining the facts and circumstances that make you a citizen, shifting the burden to the state. Save America also gives authority to federal officials to require the states, many of which are refusing to cooperate right now, to share their voter registration files so that they can routinely help them scrub those voter registration files, to remove people who were illegally added as voters. Because, again, federal law prohibits non-citizens from voting in U.S. elections. That leads to the next line of argument, frequently used by those who want to hinder the Save America Act's path toward victory. They make the stunning, astounding claim that we don't need it. We don't need it. Why? Well, because it's already illegal to vote. Mr. President, this has to be one of the dumbest arguments I have ever heard. And I've been here 15 and a half years in the United States Senate. I've heard some dumb arguments. This might well be the dumbest one that I have ever heard, not just against this bill, but against any bill. That because X is already illegal, we don't need any law making sure that the law making action X illegal is in fact enforceable. That's the dumbest argument ever. It's like saying we don't need traffic police to enforce the law because it's already illegal to go too fast or to run a stop sign. If you leave in place no mechanism, no means by which those laws can be enforced, then those laws quickly become dead letter. I'll get more to that in a moment as to the enforceability point. But the fact that we've got an existing law that makes it illegal is a reason to pass the Save America Act. It's not a reason not to pass the Save America Act. Now look, for a long time, Americans have been told a number of lies. Among other things, they've been told that, non-citizens don't vote in U.S. elections because they can't. We know that's not true. We've got documented instances where some have voted. We've now got documented instances in which 278,000 people who are not citizens registered to vote in just these 4 states, California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada, to say nothing of the tens or hundreds of thousands of others in other states who may be similarly situated. But for years, Americans have been told to stop asking questions about all kinds of things. Trust the system, we were told. Trust the experts. Trust the machines. Trust the machine itself. If you expressed concern about election security, at least between the years of, 2020 through 2026, you were told that you had no credibility and you were dismissed as a conspiracy theorist. The reason I framed the date ranges as I did is that if you were saying this back in 2016 or 2017, You weren't dismissed by the mainstream news media, by the radical left news establishment in this country. You weren't dismissed as that. Why? Well, because that's what Democrats were arguing. And the mainstream news media is, of course, the communications apparatus of the Democratic National Committee. So the dates matter. If you questioned the vulnerabilities in electronic voting systems, you were told that there were none, and that you're an evil person for suggesting that a voting machine could ever be abused. If you worried about foreign interference in elections, you were accused of undermining democracy itself, ignoring, of course, the fact that we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. Yes, the difference matters. I won't elaborate as to why now, but it does. Many of the same government agencies that have spent years insisting that there's nothing to worry about had quietly produced intelligence at the exact same time they were denying that there was any problem. They were quietly producing intelligence saying exactly the opposite. According to newly declassified assessments released by the White House, our own intelligence community has concluded that Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and even non-state actors possess the capability to compromise American election infrastructure. These assessments specifically identify voter registration databases, electronic poll books, and election websites as the most vulnerable targets. According to the White House, Communist China acquired approximately 220 million American voter registration files, including names, addresses, phone numbers, political affiliations. This, of course, is enough information for them to be able to build detailed profiles of nearly every American voter. And while building profiles, figuring out what might sway those who are swayable, who they might be able to sway and how they might be able to do it. The intelligence reportedly says Beijing created an entire unit dedicated to exploiting that data. Now look, if China hacked the personnel files of the Pentagon, this chamber would be in an uproar. We'd hear of little else. If China stole the banking information of 220 million Americans, Congress would cancel its recess. It would do nothing until it had solved the problem. But somehow, we're expected to just shrug our shoulders and do nothing when they target the American voter, when they target that which is most uniquely, sacredly given to American citizens. The exclusive right to vote as an American citizen is the quintessential ingredient. It's the telltale sign. It's the without which not, the sine qua non of the American citizenship experience. And we're supposed to just ignore it because they targeted the American voter? No, sir, not on my watch. We're not going to just ignore that. We cannot, consistent with our oath to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution, which every one of us has taken the same oath in this chamber. We can't simply ignore it. Now, the White House has released intelligence describing how the Maduro regime in Venezuela allegedly developed methods to manipulate electronic vote totals in ways that are designed to carry out the job while simultaneously evading detection, even after an audit. The point is, Mr. President, that hostile governments are actively developing ways to do precisely that. Responsible governments prepare for threats before they become catastrophes. They don't just wait until after they happen and say, oh, shoot, sorry. Especially when it's something as important as maintaining the integrity, real and perceived, of our voting systems. All you have to have is one truly botched election, and it can be very difficult to unscramble that egg, to put that genie back in the bottle. Sorry to throw too many metaphors in there at once, but the point is that you can't undo what happens when somebody uses their own technological sophistication to take advantage of vulnerabilities, known vulnerabilities, in our election security system. So a responsible government, Mr. President, does not wait until after that happens. Some of these same documents that have been released by the White House also describe a voter registration investigation in Michigan. According to FBI records, canvassers admitted to signing other people's names to register to vote, to submitting registrations for people who didn't exist, to receiving gift cards based on how many applications for voter registration they produced. Now, the FBI believed crimes had occurred, yet the investigation sat. It sat, and it sat, and then it sat some more. And the American people deserve an answer. According to the Department of Homeland Security, approximately 278,000 non-citizens were identified on the voter rolls in just those 4 states that I mentioned, in California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Nevada. 4 states, not 50. We don't even know how many others there are in other states, because a whole bunch of states, mostly blue ones, utterly refused to share their records. Even knowing that this is a problem, especially knowing that it's a problem, what does that say about those states and about those elections officials who refuse to share information with those elements within our government that are there to do one job, which is just to make sure that we don't have illegal voting occurring? What does that say about them? What does that say about the need for the Save America Act? Now, given what we've learned from President Trump and from the Department of Homeland Security just in the last few days, we must pass the Save America Act. If you were on the fence on it before, that's one thing. I don't know how anybody could even be on the fence about it after learning that information shared by President Trump and by the Department of Homeland Security late last week. Meanwhile, opponents to this legislation are doubling down, and they keep repeating the same line. Non-citizen voting is illegal, so we don't need this. Exactly. Robbery is illegal. We still lock the bank, and we still hire night watchmen. Identity theft is already illegal. Yeah, well, we still verify identities. Fraud is illegal. We still investigate fraud, and we have all kinds of laws and all kinds of law enforcement personnel assigned to do things to make it more difficult for people to defraud their fellow citizens. No serious person believes that declaring something illegal in and of itself eliminates the need to enforce the law, especially whereas here the law itself is written and has been interpreted by the courts conclusively in a way that makes it impossible to enforce. The Save America Act closes that gap. It makes it possible to enforce the law. It requires proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections. The reason this bears mention is because states do have the power. I don't know why any state would want to do this. States do have it within their discretion to allow non-citizens to vote. There are a small handful of local jurisdictions that have done that. I cannot, for the life of me, fathom why that would be a good idea any more than any corporation would see fit to have non-shareholders vote in shareholder elections, non-directors vote in on a matter considered for a vote in a board of directors. You don't do that. Citizenship has to mean something. And citizenship means, first and foremost, that you've got the right to participate in this body politic, in our system of government in the United States, and you can't have that stripped away from you. Well, there are many ways that it can be stripped away from you. One of the most common, pedestrian, and overlooked ways in which you can have that stripped is by having your vote offset, by having it nullified, neutralized. In other words, if you vote, and at the same time somebody down the street from you is voting who's not supposed to vote, that person has diluted your vote. That person has cheapened what it means to you to be a citizen. And they may have completely offset, neutralized, and nullified your vote. That's not acceptable. It requires proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections, and then we get to the steps 2 of it. Step 2 of the Save America Act is just about the voter ID. After you've verified citizenship with a new voter registration, after you've had the coordination process occurring between federal officials at the Department of Homeland Security who run the SAVE database and the states. Then you get to the step 2 of Save America, where you just require people, the day they vote, to show up and provide a valid photo ID in order to prove that they are who they say they are. This is nothing radical. This is nothing extraordinary. This is nothing that millions of Americans don't already do every single day. To board an airplane, to cash a check, enter a federal building, pick up a prescription, go to the doctor, pick up tickets at will call, or do any of a whole host of other things. Many of us, Mr. President, were at airports across America today. I boarded a plane this morning in Salt Lake City. When I boarded that plane, there were hundreds, thousands, in fact, people wanting to get on airplanes. Every one of them had to prove who they were. They had to prove their identity. Not one of them, while doing so, was saying, gosh, I'm being disenfranchised while doing that. They understand that this is part of what we have to do, that there are times in life when you've got where who you are matters, and whether you are who you claim to be really matters. This is one of those moments. And again, the American people overwhelmingly agree, because it's just common sense. 83%, according to one poll, support voter ID. Now, it's among all registered voters. Among just Republicans, that number jumps as high as 95%. I don't know who those remaining 5% were among Republicans who said they don't think you ought to have that. My guess is that a significant percentage of them meant to answer the question the other way. And another significant percentage of those 5% are probably actually Democrats who just wrongly identified as Republicans for one reason or another. But this is still a minimum of 71% of Democrat voters who believe this is a good idea. The only people who find this controversial in any significant numbers are right here. Democrats in the United States Senate. So here's the question before the Senate. If hostile foreign governments are targeting our election systems, and they are, if China possesses hundreds of millions of American voter files, and it does, if overwhelming majorities of Americans support voter ID, and they do, then what exactly, Mr. President, are we waiting for? What is it that is so critical, that is so essential, that is so timely, that is so time-sensitive, that we're not debating this right now? Why don't we pull this bill up right now and debate it and announce that we're going to debate it until it passes? If we were to do that, it would pass. It might take us a few days, it might take us a few weeks, but it would pass. Because the same animating desire, the smell of jet fumes, would eventually work its will, work its magic, and put our members into a state of intoxication or sanity, regardless of how you might perceive it, where they would eventually negotiate this thing to the point that they could accept it. Because they know that with every passing day when they filibuster this bill gets more popular and they get less popular. And if you add to that the fact that they shouldn't be able to go home until we're finished with this, none of us should. If we were truly doing our job here, then the 60-vote cloture standard wouldn't be perceived as the insuperable obstacle that it's been described wrongly as being here today. For a very long time, Mr. President, this chamber operated without so much as a cloture rule. Even after the cloture rule was adopted in 1917 for the first time, still, breaking a filibuster usually didn't involve a cloture vote. Most of the time, it just meant the Senate would come in and say, okay, we're debating this bill until it passes. If you want to filibuster it, you're going to have to speak. If you stop speaking and nobody else shows up to speak against it, then we'll call the question. We'll do so at a simple majority vote. It's only in the modern Senate we've gotten our entire bearings wrong on what the filibuster is. Its whole purpose is to facilitate and prolong robust, meaningful debate. The modern filibuster, in which we look at it as a simple vote counting exercise. Unless you can count to 60 on day one of a bill's consideration, you consider it failed. That, Mr. President, it's not just that it doesn't amplify, it doesn't further the purpose of the filibuster. It undermines its very purpose. Rather than protecting robust debate, that renders debate obsolete. And shame on us if we can't see that. Shame on us if we don't take the steps necessary to extricate ourselves from the sharp, clinging talons of the so-called zombie filibuster, the name that I've assigned for the use of the 60-vote cloture standard as a de facto 60-vote passage standard, which it is not, which it was never meant to be, and which if it were, it would arguably run afoul of the Constitution. Because the Constitution makes clear when you're setting a supermajority threshold as the minimum standard, it makes clear where that is. There are several instances, including when you're either proposing a constitutional amendment, you're ratifying a treaty, trying to overcome a presidential veto, for example, where a two-thirds supermajority is required. Otherwise, it's a simple majority, and that continues to be the case under the Senate rules today. It's just that we think of the 60-vote cloture standard as synonymous with the threshold needed to pass. It is not. The reason we talk about this, and the reason I contrast what I call the real filibuster, the talking filibuster, against the zombie filibuster, is that in the case of the zombie filibuster, nobody even has to work for it. The way it always worked, before and after they first adopted the cloture standard for the first time in 1917, although it was set at a 3/4 supermajority back then, they would just continue to debate it. That's what we should do here. If you want to filibuster, you can. You may do so, but you should have to stand here and speak. And when nobody else shows up to speak against it, that's over. And you call the question on the bill. And you call it not at 60 votes, you call it at 51. That's what we ought to be doing. We should put this bill on the floor, and we should debate it until such time as it passes. Now, are there other options? Heck yeah, there are. And I support pretty much all of them. One option would be to attach it to a continuing resolution or a spending vehicle. Another would be to attach it, as the House of Representatives has done, to the National Defense Authorization Act. When we received the National Defense Authorization Act as passed by the House of Representatives last week, the Senate refused to bring it up. They refused to bring up even the Senate committee processed version. They refused to give what we call front-end cloture, or cloture on the motion to proceed. See, this, Mr. President, illustrates the problem that I'm pointing to. We're now into what, our third, fourth instance of prominent pieces of legislation this year that have been unable to pass. Remember how the Department of Homeland Security was at least partially defunded for many months out of this fiscal year? Same thing happened there. We couldn't get to 60 votes, so we kept punting it. What we should do every time that happens, just as it happened yesterday or last week when we tried to get on the Defense Authorization Act, the Democrats didn't vote for it, so we couldn't get to 60 votes on it. We should have continued trying to debate it and announcing that we'd stay on it until we could get to 60. But regardless, even if you don't do that with a large bill like the National Defense Authorization Act, you should do it with a small, simple, overwhelmingly popular bill like the Save America Act. It would work. It would work. But we have to do the hard work to do it. All right, so we've talked about it passing it to a spending bill or a defense authorization bill, some other must-pass vehicle. Another option under consideration involves budget reconciliation. Budget reconciliation has the obvious advantage in that there is no cloture in the context of budget reconciliation. But it has to be budgetary, meaning it has to bring about changes to mandatory outlays or to revenues. While the Save America Act itself as a whole is properly perceived as a policy bill, not a budgetary one, there are features, there are elements of the Save America Act that are themselves arguably budgetary, or at least could be made such in a budget reconciliation vehicle, and I look forward to working on that as well. Because, Mr. President, one way or another, we have to get this done. The American people are asking us to act. The President has asked us to act. The only thing standing in the way of this bill passing is the Senate. And it's specifically our slavish devotion to the zombie filibuster. But really, our slavish devotion to the zombie filibuster is not about the zombie filibuster or any kind of filibuster at all. It's slavish devotion to the truncated, predictable, light-duty legislative work week. It is that, coupled with the cloture standard, that has created the modern zombie filibuster mess in which our Democrat colleagues were able to keep the Department of Homeland Security at least partially defunded for months and months out of every year. And now they're wanting to use the same trick to make sure that our elections are not secure. Shame on them. Shame on all of them. Shame on anyone who is trying to do that. And for that matter, Mr. President, now that it's become abundantly clear that we've identified 278,000 non-citizen voter registrations just in those 4 states alone, California, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York, I challenge those who are not yet on board with the Save America Act. Come up with something else that will fix the problem, because it is no longer an excuse. It is no longer acceptable to simply ignore it. We know too much now. We can't ignore this problem. If you don't like the way we've written in this, tell us what your alternative is. But doing nothing is not an option. So, look, we've been told, meanwhile, that there simply isn't enough time to debate the Save America Act until it passes. Sorry, we'd love to, but we can't. I'm sorry, this falls on deaf ears. This is absurd. To whatever degree we don't have time, it's because we're choosing not to give it the time that it needs, that it deserves, that it requires. And shame on all of us for betraying our oath to the Constitution and our moral commitment to our own voters. We're expected to look out for them, to defend them, to respect them enough. We've got to give a crap, just enough of a crap, in order to tell our voters, to say, I'm sorry, we're not going to allow your vote to be offset by someone who is voting illegally. That's the least we can do. After this week, under the current schedule, the House and the Senate won't both simultaneously be back into session in the Capitol until, wait for it, September 14th. Mid-September. This is the last week, absent some change in the respective chambers' meeting schedules. The last legislative week until mid-September, which will take us to just, what is that, 6 weeks before the November election? That is unacceptable. We don't have a lack of time, Mr. President. We have a lack of spine. Don't ever confuse lack of time with lack of spine, because they're 2 very different things. If we truly lacked time, that would be one thing. We've got time. We're just choosing not to use it. We're choosing to use it differently, and I would add very poorly if we don't take this up. Take it up now and stay on the bill until it darn well passes. The Senate should stay here tomorrow, this weekend, next week, through weekends and long scheduled recesses, as long as it takes. If opponents want to block it, let them do so in public. If Democrats want to filibuster this bill, let them stand and speak like actual senators, actually filibustering, because that's what filibustering is. And if they don't show up to do that, then we call the question. We call the vote, and we do so at a simple majority, because that's what our rules allow us to do with votes when they don't filibuster. But you can't have the benefit of filibustering if you're not willing to filibuster. Let them, as they are filibustering, explain why they're insisting that proving citizenship is somehow unreasonable in elections that are reserved for U.S. citizens. Let them explain why showing voter ID is simply too much to ask, even though Americans show that they're comfortable showing ID in countless everyday interactions. The American people are watching, and they should be. They know that this is not about Republicans, it's not about Democrats. This isn't about the last election or the one before that. No, Mr. President, this one is about the next election and every election that comes after that. It's about the future, and it's about whether the American people can stand and look at our election systems and have the confidence they need when they lawfully cast their ballots. They need to be able to stand with a degree of confidence that their ballot, their vote won't be canceled by fraud, diluted by ineligible voting, or jeopardized by a system that Washington spent years insisting was beyond reasonable debate, when in fact it was not. American elections belong to American citizens. The Save America Act would make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Mr. President, we must pass the Save America Act. If we fail to do so, neither history nor today's voters will smile upon us. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm now happy to turn the time over to my friend and colleague, the distinguished senator from Ohio.
Mr. President.
Senator of Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've greatly valued the opportunity to join my colleagues tonight in discussing the Save America Act, many aspects to the bill, but I want to focus on the elections integrity aspect of the bill. The people of Ohio have twice trusted me as their chief elections officer, having served 2 terms as Ohio's Secretary of State. In that time, I oversaw the presidential elections of 2012, 2016, also the midterm elections in 2014 and 18, as well as many primaries, local elections, and special elections. I tell you all that because I know how to administer elections. I've done it. When Ohio was a very purple state, we were the focus of the nation, I administered those elections. And I made my mission clear to make Ohio a state where it was easy to vote and hard to cheat. That's the balance we're all trying to achieve. We want voters to cast ballots. We also want them to do it in a manner that is not a burden to them. And I'm going to explain why photo ID is not a burden to voters. And actually, in the end, it's an enhancement. In Ohio, we implemented the photo ID requirement at the polls, and with the photo ID requirement intact, there was no evidence of voter suppression. In fact, with all of those election integrity measures in place, in the 2024 presidential election, we produced the second highest turnout in the last 4 presidential elections. So the bottom line is, the evidence suggests that the inclusion of photo ID actually is no impediment and frankly, could be argued, makes the system easy to understand and enhances turnout. Photo ID doesn't just protect election integrity, though. It does more. It makes our elections work better. And I want to make this case to my colleagues tonight that if you don't want photo ID because you don't believe it's important for an election integrity, and you don't think that election integrity is enough of a reason to do it, well, I'm going to point to the fact that voter ID also provides an ease for election administration. Makes it run better. It makes it run better. And I'm going to give you a prime example of this. Look at what happened in California's recent elections. We all remember what happened there. Some of the state's most important races took more than a week to determine the outcome, and officials spent weeks finishing the count. And during that time, the reported leaders in each election in those very close races changed several times. You would hear reports. Well, this candidate's up, now this candidate's up. This candidate's in the lead, and then all of a sudden, they lose. Every additional day in that debate that went on for over a week about who actually won those elections undermines confidence in those elections. That speculation, justified or not, creates and undermines election confidence when voters have to wait for more than a week to get an answer about who won an election. And I ask a California official why. Why did it take so long to count votes in California? The answer I frankly found pretty astonishing. This individual said the answer was simple. Every mail-in ballot has to go through a manual signature comparison with the signature on file. So let me explain what that means. Instead of asking a voter to present a secure photo ID, which would clear it up right at the very beginning, California asks thousands of election workers to spend days trying to determine whether two signatures match or not. That's their system for determining whether or not the individual voting is actually the right person. California turns election workers into handwriting experts, when the rest of America has settled on a far, far simpler way to verify identity, and that's photo ID. We don't need to make the elections workers handwriting experts. We can just simply show a photo ID and say, hey, we know who the person is casting the ballot. They're a valid voter. Let's give them a ballot. It's been said many times, but please, we ask for a photo ID when we get on a plane. We ask for a photo ID when we open a bank account, to rent a car, to check into a hotel, buy alcohol, get prescription medications. This is not a burden on the American people. But when it comes to protecting the most fundamental right in our democracy, some states still rely on comparing signatures by hand. That defies common sense. A secure photo ID is faster. It's simpler. It's more objective. It helps elections officials do their jobs more efficiently, delivers results more quickly, and gives Americans greater confidence that the eligible voter casting the ballot can legally cast that ballot and have it counted. Election laws should make it easy to vote and hard to cheat, and requiring a photo ID does both. It's pretty simple. It protects the integrity of our elections, improves the efficiency of our election systems, and strengthens the public confidence in the outcome. And I tell you, I've heard many Democrats say that they don't support the Save America Act. However, I did listen to the Minority Leader, Chuck Schumer, say that their objection as Democrats is not to photo ID. Again, I listened carefully to my colleagues, try to pay attention, to get clues from them about what they might support. And when the Minority Leader said that they didn't oppose photo ID, I thought that would be a great opportunity to take a simple slice of the Save America Act, photo ID, put that together in a bill, present it, and clearly, based on his comments, I thought we would get bipartisan support. But that wasn't true, apparently, because even after we proposed that legislation, he objected to it. I have and will continue to give my colleagues on both sides of the aisle the option to put their words into action. I have and will continue to put forward a clean, simple, straightforward bill to require photo ID in American elections, nothing more. It works in 36 states, and I promise you, in states like California, where they have no photo ID law, it takes weeks to count ballots, that their elections not only will have greater integrity, but their elections will be administered much more efficiently. And believe me, the vast American, there's no more unifying issue for Americans on election integrity than photo ID. The vast majority of American people support requiring a photo ID. You see it poll after poll after poll. The vast majority of Americans think it's just common sense because they do it every single day as they live their lives and conduct business. Americans deserve confidence in elections supported by election integrity measures like photo ID. We can make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Passing photo ID requirements are common sense. It's the right thing to do for election integrity and the right thing to do for voter confidence. And Mr. President, I will close with this. This is a rare bipartisan issue for Americans. It's rare that you have Americans in this polarized world that we live in that can all say, Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, that we support the idea of photo ID for election integrity. They've united around it, and I think all of our constituents are wondering why we can't pass this simple legislation. I hear it all the time as I'm traveling across Ohio. Voters say, hey, pass photo ID, pass the Save America Act. You can do this. We should do this. I agree. I think I've voted for it 6 times already. Look forward to voting for 7, 8, 9, how many times it ever takes to get it done, we'll get it done. If a few of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle would join us in supporting the will of the American people, we could get it done sooner. We can give the American people election integrity, efficient administration elections, and boost public confidence in elections, and ultimately, more trust in our elections gives us more trust in the government of the people that were elected. Let's get this done. It's long past time to get the photo ID portion of Save America passed. Let's do it. The time is now. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President?
The other, more handsome senator from Ohio.
That may be a Rule 19 violation. Thank you, Mr. President. We've heard a lot of arguments tonight, and I feel badly for the people at home, honestly, because you're only hearing one side of the argument. And I think most Americans want to hear both sides of an argument. And I think that's what makes the United States Senate, at least theoretically, interesting, because this is billed as the most deliberative body on earth. And yet, 2 hours ago, there were 40 Democrat senators that came to this chamber, walked into this chamber, and voted. And yet there isn't a single solitary Democrat senator sitting here today, this evening, listening to any of this conversation. So you can't really persuade people if they're not even willing to listen to the conversation or, quite frankly, even debate the issues. So I thought what we would do tonight is maybe debate for them. So if you could summon your inner Democrat senator, so I'd ask my colleague from Utah, my other colleague from Ohio, to summon your inner Democrat senator and start with number one. Objection number one. I've heard this conversation, we heard it at committee the other day, that how this bill absolutely rips apart state rights. And you talked about that, Senator Lee, in your conversation. And I'm not going to repeat what you said because you said it much better than I could ever say it, but I will point out that back in 2023, the Democrats wanted to pass a bill called H.R. 1. H.R. 1 means it's the number one bill proposed by the House of Representatives at the time. And there was a Senate version called S1, meaning it's the first priority of the Senate. As you know, Mr. President, I think we're up to S7000 right now. Lots of bills are introduced, but this is the first one, meaning top priority. What was that bill called, you asked? It was called the For the People Act. Personally, I don't know how anybody could be against a bill that's called For the People, because you'd have to be against being for the people. Pretty good. I know in the car business, they accuse us of bait and switch and false advertising. I think the FTC would take that one up in a heartbeat as false advertising. What did the For the People Act do? What did H.R. 1 do? It nationalized our elections. It literally took all the power away from states and concentrated it here in Washington, D.C. You think, was this done to improve voter integrity? Oh, no, no. You would be grossly mistaken. This was about eliminating states' rights to enforce voter ID, proof of citizenship, controls on mail-in balloting, controls on how people registered to vote. So imagine just a few years ago, Democrats wanted to nationalize elections to strip away voter integrity. And now they're saying it's an affront on state rights to insist on simple voter ID and proof of citizenship. Would you consider that hypocrisy, Senator Lee?
Mr. President, unanimous consent to engage in colloquy.
Without objection.
Yep. Whether you call it hypocrisy, an inconsistency, or something else, it can't be reconciled with what they themselves have done. Now, I've got a copy right here of a significant portion of that bill. The bill offered up by the Senate Democrats in 2021 during the 117th Congress. The so-called For the People Act. I mean, what's not to like if you're for the people? And if you're against that, apparently you're against the people. Maybe we should have thought of that when we named the Save America Act, but regardless, that horse is out of the barn. This is a part of that bill, and it's the specific part of the bill in Subtitle 1, Section 1709, that requires voter ID. You see, the Democrats themselves had their own voter ID act, their own voter ID legislation. This is not state legislation. This is right here in this chamber. They wanted to pass their own voter ID law. Now, theirs is a little different than ours. Theirs is a little bit more permissive. They allow all sorts of other things, like, depending on how you read it, you could argue that a library card without your picture on it would even suffice under this. I wouldn't draw it quite like that. But the point is, they were going to do something to require a voter ID. And even though we might draw the boundaries a little bit differently than they do, and we in fact do in ours, they're doing the very same thing that they're now condemning us for doing. Because if the Save America Act is commandeering a state issue on the part of the federal government, then so too was the For the People Act. And if it's wrong to have and if it's disenfranchisement to require voter ID, then theirs does that too. It's just that ours is well written. Theirs was a little bit sloppy, but it was a step maybe in the right direction. But the point, Mr. President, is they have no leg to stand on when claiming that the federal government has no business doing this. Why? Well, because first of all, that flatly contradicts Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution, which plainly does give us that authority to operate within this space as it relates to federal elections. And secondly, this is something they themselves have already done.
So I think we should let the Democrats respond to that point. It's a good one.
Yes.
In debate, they taught me that if there's nobody who objects to your point, that point is. So I think the Democrats have ceded that point.
I think that's right. And there's a part of me that's now tempted to seek to pass by unanimous consent at least that portion of the Save America Act that consists of a voter ID law. Because they themselves have said over and over again they've got no problems with voter ID laws until, of course, they do have a problem with it.
The response? Hearing none. All right, we're going to move on to objection number 2, that it's already illegal. So that's interesting because that's a good point. Like, I look at that and go, wow, they just made a really good point. This is already illegal. What problem are we trying to solve? Now, of course, we know it's already illegal. What we're asking is to have the integrity of it. So what they're trying to do is say speeding is illegal, but you can't check to see if anybody's speeding, which makes it legal. Because if you're not enforcing laws, aren't you in effect eliminating those laws? So if they're saying, well, it's already illegal, you don't need to prove you're a citizen because it's already legal to vote as a non-citizen. But if you're not allowing inspections at voter rolls, making certain that people are purged properly, wouldn't that be basically ignoring the law completely?
Yes. As Cicero once said on the floor of the Roman Senate, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice. Actually, that wasn't Cicero. It was Rush in the song Free Will. But the point was made, when you are aware of something and you do nothing about it, that by itself is a decision. They have identified that this is an issue. And by suggesting that we move forward while doing nothing about it, there is an inexorable, inescapable conclusion that one derives from that, which is they're just fine with this form of cheating. They're just fine with the very real possibility that up to 278,000 non-citizens in those 4 states alone that we mentioned, to say nothing of the hundreds of thousands in other states who might be registered to vote illegally, that those guys are going to vote. They're just fine with that. Let that sink in.
Democrat response? Hearing none. The other objection that we get is our elections are already secure. Our elections are very secure. But doesn't it kind of override common sense to say, if you're not having to prove you're a citizen to vote, if you're not having to show your ID, if we just automatically mail out ballots without really knowing that that person's there and that person didn't request it, aren't we opening the door to having that lack of integrity of our elections? I'll tell you a quick anecdotal story. I was asked to be an election monitor by the government of Colombia in a recent presidential election. I had I knew as much about the Columbia election as any American, meaning nothing. So I went down there, and they require all the things I just talked about. They require everybody to be a citizen of Columbia to vote in Colombian elections. They require that ID to be shown. They actually have facial recognition scanners and fingerprint readers in case there's a question whether that picture matches you. You know, there's a, you know, like if you're the realtor who has a picture of you 40 years ago, sometimes it's like, is that really you? So they have the facial recognition, the fingerprint, paper ballots. So I was huddling with the registrar afterwards, and of course we're in Colombia, so we're speaking Spanish. And I said to him, well, what happens if somebody doesn't show up with a voter ID, like his ID? What do you do? And we were having a pretty good conversation until I asked that question. And he turned to his assistant and in Spanish said, I think the senator's lost his Spanish because I don't understand what he's asking me. And his assistant repeated it. And he completely looked at me like I was a knucklehead and said, why would you possibly let somebody vote that doesn't have an ID to prove who they are? In other words, the question was so ridiculous that he thought it had to be a language barrier. Is there any way to justify the other position, since our colleagues who were just here, they all ran off? During your speech, the majority leader ran through. Is there any justification for not having to do this?
There is a justification. The justification goes something like this. Those people who might be purged from this because they're non-citizens and therefore not legally registered to vote are our voters, meaning Democrat voters.
But they wouldn't make that case to the American public.
They wouldn't make that case if they were committed to the rule of law. And yet they have made the case. We've heard them do it. Some of them on the floor of the United States Senate have said, these are our voters. I don't know whether that was a Freudian slip, but I've heard it made several times, where they say, these are our voters who would be at stake here. And then they go on about disenfranchisement. This disenfranchises no one, unless it's a non-citizen who is illegally voting based on a fraudulent voter registration.
Do you think it's possible that in a country like Colombia that has incredible amounts of ethnic diversity and Hispanics, like myself, where I was born there, that when you are Hispanic and you're in Colombia, you're able to find your ID, but that when you cross the border, you lose that ability? And I'm thinking to myself, is that true? And then I went to find my driver's license here. I actually do not currently possess my ID on me. So maybe that there is something to this idea that Hispanics who enter America cannot find their ID. Do you think that's possible?
It certainly is possible, and I wonder, I mean, we'll have a separate conversation off the floor. I'm trying to wonder which words in Spanish they uttered. I'm trying to imagine them saying something like, has this guy lost his mind? After he moved to the United States when he was 8 years old, he's now adopted the ways of the North American, and he's lost it. Perhaps there's something about the tropical climate of Colombia that causes them to make more sense there, but perhaps you've lost your sense now that you've moved to Ohio, perhaps the rationale.
Well, obviously we're being sarcastic, and the reason we're being sarcastic is this is really ridiculous. It actually is just blatantly ridiculous that we're sitting here on the floor of the United States Senate, not debating at all, by the way, clearly, not talking about the problems that everyday Americans are facing, but trying to get some 80, 20, 90, 10 issues across the finish line, and Democrats won't even engage in the conversation because it's so ridiculous that we have the Olive Garden require ID for the all-you-can-eat pasta bowl, but we allow people to vote without showing who they are. That's just truly, patently absurd. And what's even more absurd is that my colleague from Ohio put forward a very simple voter ID bill. Just said, hey, look, by the way, photo ID means the ID has to have a photo. That's in the word. So you have to have something that has your photo, your name, and your signature in order to vote. He put that bill forward because he's a good guy. He wants to get things done. He's somebody who genuinely, in his heart of hearts, is drawn to service. That's who Senator Husted is. And they had said they would vote for voter ID. He put it on the floor 3 times. That bill has been on the floor of the Senate 3 times. And all 3 times, Democrats have voted against simple voter ID. That makes no sense. I've also, next objection, I've heard Democrats talk about, well, states already have voter ID. fact, one of our Democrat colleagues was on ABC yesterday talking about how there's already voter ID, except not in his state. And it was the moderator who had to point that out to him. That was embarrassing, because you really should know the voter laws in your own state. But clearly not all states require voter ID. So all we're saying is, let's just have all 50 states require voter ID, and let's have all 50 states require proof of citizenship. Final one I hear quite a bit, in fact, I hear it most from the minority leader, is that this is Jim Crow 2.0. Now, for those of you who are under the age of 60, who may not know what that means, it basically means this is racist, which is, of course, the ultimate laziest way to attack somebody, because they just label you a racist. It's Jim Crow 2.0. And those are dark, dark, dark times in American history. And I think using those kinds of references is just grossly inappropriate.
Senator Moreno, which party was the party of Jim Crow?
That would be the Democrat Party. And what's even more interesting about that is that phrase, Jim Crow 2.0. You know, sometimes you're like, haven't I heard that before? And we have heard that before. When Georgia reformed its election laws, I think 2021, don't hold me to the exact date, the Democrats called it Jim Crow 2.0. In fact, the Major League Baseball moved the All-Star game from Atlanta because they said they couldn't support this kind of racist actions in Georgia. Companies boycotted Georgia because of this. Georgia was persona non grata as a state. But they went forward with their election reforms. And what was the result? Record voter turnout. Zero issue with anybody having voter ID. In fact, the senators from Georgia one of them is running right now under the very laws that he called Jim Crow 2.0, and he hasn't given one speech in which he says that Georgia's voter laws aren't anything other than common sense. Now, you remember even celebrities went out and did videos bemoaning Georgia. If that's not hypocrisy, what is? But here's how I'll end for my colleagues. I think the American people deserve a debate. By the way, not just on this issue. I've been here for 18 months. Mr. President, you've been here for exactly the same period of time. This is exactly the number of debates I've seen in this chamber. Zero. Zero debates. I think most Americans, I think you and I are probably shocked by that. Because when you and I were running for office, we're like, we're going to get ready, we're going to go in there, we're going to debate. We don't do debates. We do things like this. Empty floor, not a single Democrat hearing the argument. I'm bringing up, hey, how about this? There's nobody to respond. Let's have a debate. When 80+% of the American people support a piece of legislation, it boggles the imagination of how the United States Senate can't, at a minimum, debate the issue. So to my colleagues, my Democrat side, we don't need to get rid of the filibuster, just like you wanted to, by the way. The Democrats wanted to get rid of the filibuster to pass For the People Act, by the way. Thanks to Manchin and Sinema, that didn't happen. We don't have to do that. Let's have a debate. Come out here, point by point, and explain to the American people why you feel the way you do. I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I can tell you the Republicans are ready for that debate. We look forward to that debate. The American people deserve that debate. Let's do it. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator of Utah.
Just a brief comment as we wrap up our conversation for this evening. Moments ago, we heard my friend and colleague, the senator from Ohio, talk about identifying, the need for people to identify themselves. He talked about the fact that he, on one recent occasion, started looking for his photo ID and couldn't find it. And yet he has one, even as he stands here today. He's got a pin on his lapel. That pin signifies that he's a U.S. senator. So that by itself identifies who he is. Long before he got here, he had to prove that he was a U.S. citizen and that he was otherwise eligible to run for the U.S. Senate. when he ran for the Senate in the state of Ohio. He had to provide that documentation to the elections personnel there. He had to show up the day he voted and prove who he was. He's had to prove who he was even since he's been elected. He had to produce an election certificate from his state's chief elections authority before he could come here. Then when he started here, he had to produce ID, as every employee has to provide to the new employer whenever starting a new job. And he had to prove to the satisfaction of the Secretary of the Senate that he is in fact the same Bernie Moreno who was elected to the U.S. Senate from the state of Ohio. You have to go through all those steps before you get to wear one of these pins. And you, without being able to wear one of these pins and be sworn in, you can't vote here. And the people who vote for you in most states, represented by most senators, including most Democrat senators, have also had to show who they are. Mr. President, it's not too late for us to get this done. Nor is it too much for us to ask the American people to do that which they have to do every single day, sometimes many times in the same day, to show that they are who they claim to be. Our right to vote, our most sacred incident of U.S. citizenship, requires nothing less. Thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume legislative session. The Senate stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.